printer. That's all you get, buddy.
that one?
Yep. So every single one of those is like has to do with my dad.
Okay.
It's a little bit different than the rest of those. We've had some people ask about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then these are really the, you know, lights.
Yeah.
And with the text on it, the words kind of project out. This is kind of some of the stuff I think we're doing later. So these are the handles that we're making for the hammerheads. Something possibly like this.
So your prints, are they all text as well?
A lot of them.
Hi. Good morning. So today we're working with our guest artist, Ben Beres. He's the man in the sort of, I don't know what you'd call that color. Man with the big beard. Let's call it that. And this is his second residency here. He started out as a printmaker. He still teaches printmaking at Cornish College in Seattle. But he's now doing a number of glass things, of performances, installations, and such. He has a community art center called the Mini Marts. Dropping out South Seattle, Georgetown. You can see some examples of his work. He's working a lot with this text as texture, and the text is sandblasted into the surface of the glass. Wants to make his designs. He covers the glass with a adhesive-backed rubber, and then cuts the design out, the parts that, and then sprays it with abrasive sand. The parts that are uncovered, it cuts into the glass. The parts that are protected stay shiny. So we'll be making the forms, these blown forms, and he'll take it back to his studio where he'll do the sandblasting. So we're going to be working this morning on these lampshades. These are hanging lamps, pendant lamps, and they'll get the same treatment as the vases where they are covered in this text. Have you guys been here before? Nope. Okay. Let's just give you a quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's what the furnaces look like inside. So in each of these furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And at that temperature, the melted glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes. Those are called blow pipes. And we dip them into the melted glass like you would be dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time. And we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. If we want to make a colored object, like you can see all these things here, we blow a bubble of clear glass from our furnace, and then we coat that clear bubble with colored glass. We have a little video, show you how we do that. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the reason that we apply the color like that is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with blue glass and blow that, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can have any color at any time. You guys have any questions? No, not really. I would compare it to working in a kitchen. Every once in a while you get a burn, say some bad words. That's about it. Say, yeah. Really is very much like honey. So once you get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are all these round ovens with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. The folks that are blowing the glass today, we have Gabe Feenan sitting at the center bench, Nick Davis around the corner, there he comes, and Sarah Gilbert. These guys are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're all super experienced, highly talented glass blowers, and they are employees of the museum. They're working for our guest artist, Ben Beres. Everything we make today will be Ben's design, and the forms will be executed by our resident team of glass blowers. Do we have a camera in the powder booth? So we're preparing these bubbles with 2 layers of color, 1 layer underneath, 1 on top. And then when Mr. Beres sandblasts through the outer layer of color, you'll see the color underneath. Can we put up the sandblasting drawing? So in the center, Gabe Feenan, shaping the glass using a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. So right now, that bubble is hollow. The walls are quite thick. We're going to heat that up and blow it up to its full size and shape. Sarah Gilbert, seated to the left of the workbench. She's the person that's blowing. She's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Gabe, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. So one person blows while the other person shapes it. Can we put up the sandblasting drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. And you'll see we make rubber stencils. You can see here and here. And we spray it with abrasive sand. The parts that are uncovered, the abrasive sand cuts through the outer layer of glass. The parts that are protected by the rubber stencil stay shiny. So if you have one color underneath and a different color on the outside, the parts that get carved show the underneath color, The parts that are uncarved show the color on the surface. So now Gabe, sitting at the center workbench, is shaping the glass using a pad of wet newspaper. Everyday ordinary newspaper folded up and soaked in water. When the paper is new, like it is right now, will be a fair bit of smoke, but once it gets burned in, it'll shape the glass with hardly any smoke. And these last maybe 2 or 3 days, but they're very effective tools. Probably one of our most important tools is this folded up ordinary newspaper. The next part of this process, we're going to transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The punty will hold the piece from the top while we shape the bottom. So right now, the pipe is here. We'll stick the punty here, we'll break it away from the pipe, and we'll open up the bottom of the lampshade. So here comes Sarah with the punty. Attach it to what will be the top of the shade. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. You make a little notch in it so we have a place to break it off cleanly. And when they feel that the bond is strong enough to support the weight, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. The longer we wait, the stiffer that bond becomes. We'll drip a little water where we want the glass to break, give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. So now it's held from here. Now we're going to open up what will be the underside of the lampshade. Does anybody have any questions? So these lampshades are going to get the same treatment. They'll be covered in this reverse text. And when the light is on, the light will shine through the text and it'll be projected forward onto the wall. So Sarah Gilbert, is heating up the glass in the oven called the glory hole. The glory holes and the furnaces run on natural gas and forced air. We keep the glory holes at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. We keep the glass furnaces, the ones that contain the molten glass, at about 2,100. How long has glass blowing been around? Roughly 2,000 years. Approximately. We really don't have that's the oldest blown glass we've been able to find. There's no record of somebody inventing it, but so we think it's around 2,000 years old. Yeah, pretty much. But I mean, they weren't really windows to begin with. They would cast little discs, and they would be embedded in a wall. They weren't windows as we know them. So now Ben is stretching the glass at the opening. That glass is always a little bit thick, so we stretch it out and then trim some of it off. You take the shears. When the glass is hot, you can actually cut it with a scissors. So Gabe is shaping the glass with a pad of wet newspaper. And now we're going to blow some air into the front end to inflate the bubble, make it a little rounder and fuller. And we're going to widen the opening at the bottom of the lampshade. So these things are going to hang. So the light will be inside. That opening will be at the bottom. Each of these glass lampshades has 2 layers of color, one on the very outside, one on the inside. So when we sandblast through that outer layer, you'll expose the color underneath. Now Gabe is spinning the glass. When the glass is soft like that, and we spin it, the centrifugal force kind of flares the glass out, makes that shape wider, and he's keeping it in check with the wet newspaper. So as Gabe shapes the glass with the wet newspaper, Nick, standing up, is holding a wooden paddle in front of his arm to shield him from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. If we hold the paddle in front of the arm, the heat strikes the paddle instead of the arm. The paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. guys have any questions? So these lampshades that we're making will be covered with text in a manner similar to the vases that you see here. The text will be written backwards, and when the light is on, it'll project the shadows of the text forward. On Sunday, Mr. Beres will be giving a talk here in the hot shop, and we'll be streaming that talk to our website. So if you want to hear his talk, he can explain about the many variety of things that he does. He's started as a printmaker. He teaches printmaking at Cornish College in Seattle. He's part of a project called Mini Mart City Park, where they've restored an old Mini Mart gas station and making it a community art center and gallery. And they've designed it in a manner to help clean up pollution from the old gas station. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. So we're going to take this off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer. And we'll slowly turn the temperature down overnight so it doesn't break. So we're going to take this lampshade off the metal rod. We'll drip some water where we want on the joint between the lampshade and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap should release. Gabe is crimping that connection. So we have a nice, clean place to break it off. We're going to drip some water on the joint between the metal rod and the glass itself. The water will crack that joint, and Nick, with the big Kevlar gloves, will carry the lampshade to our annealing oven. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team and our guest artist, Ben Beres. Has anybody got any questions? Can we put up the sandblasting drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, so we're going to have two layers of color, one on the outside, that's that kind of turquoisey color. Then we have the pink on the inside. And we make a rubber stencil and you sandblast it. Wherever the stencil is exposed, it carves through the outer layer of the turquoise color and reveals the pink underneath. So that's what's going to happen to these. They have two layers of color, one on the inside, one on the outside. Over on the far left, that's Nick. He's taking the glass bubble, and he's rolling it in crushed colored glass called frit. The crushed colored glass sticks to the surface, and when he puts it into the glory hole, the round oven, it melts and forms a coating of color. So we're going to have two coatings of color on these, one on the inside and one on the outside. And when Mr. Beres blasts through the outer layer of color, it'll reveal the inner layer of color. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? We're blowing these glass lampshades that you see on the table for our guest artist. Is going to have two layers of color, one on the inside, one on the outside, and then he's going to blast the text like you see on the vases and wherever he carves through the outer layer, you'll see the color underneath. What? Oh, the blowing part is probably half hour, but the cutting out the stencils and doing all the carving, that's, I don't know, 6, 7 hours. So right now, Nick, seated at the workbench, is going to go over to our glass furnace, and he's going to dip it in and coat the bubble with a fresh layer of hot, clear, molten glass. The machine that he's at is the glass furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The glass that he just added is clear glass. It has no color. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. Shaping that bubble with a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Going over to the pipe cooler. If the steel pipes get hot, we lay them in that trough, and we spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Yes? The colored glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. So Nick will shape that bubble with the block. So right now that's hollow, but the walls are quite thick. The gray pad in Nick's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just ordinary newspaper folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. We put up some of Mr. Beres's slides up on the big screen. So this is the work of Ben Beres. He's a Seattle artist. He's started out as a printmaker, but also does glass and installations now. He teaches printmaking at Cornish College. and he's a principal in this an art community center called Mini Mart City Park. So he does quite a variety of things. He's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team to make some glass lampshades this morning, and they're going to be given the same treatment as the vases, where the outer surface will be covered with text. It'll be sandblasted into the surface. So we're making the forms for him with two colors, one on the inside, a different color on the outside, and when he sandblasts the letters onto it, the parts that are protected by the stencil will stay this outer color, and where he carves it away, you'll see the underneath color. Stop right there. Could you stop there? So something like you see there, where the letters are the color of the outside color, and the places where he sandblasted, it reveals the underneath color. We put up the sandblasting slide drawing. So this is what I mean by sandblasting. So we have two colors, one on the inside, one on the outside. In this case, it's pink and turquoise. We create rubber stencils, adhesive-backed rubber stencils, and we spray them with abrasive sand. The parts that are exposed, this abrasive sand carves away the outer layer, revealing the colored inner layer underneath. So that's what we're going to be doing with these lampshades. We're going to blow them with the two colors in them. When they cool down, they'll look like this, but then he's going to take them back to the studio, do the sandblasting, and the letters will be one color, and the background will be a different color. Thank you. You see that sandblasting slide, the drawing?
I just got in.
Oh. We put up the sandblasting drawing. So if you look up on the big screen, you're looking at a camera inside our powder booth. When we work sifting powdered colored glass onto the surface, we have to do it in a ventilated booth. So it can't be out here on the floor. So we have a camera in there so you can see what's going on in that booth. Hi. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. So now we're handing it over to Gabe. Gabe is the man sitting at the center workbench, and he's shaping the glass with a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Over to the right, Nick is taking the pipe over to the pipe cooler. When we reach into the furnace to get the glass out, it gets the pipes hot, which they become hard to hold. So we just lay the pipes in this trough and spray water on them. That cools them down and makes them easier to hold.
Tell them about the time we did it on the beach with fireworks above us.
Now we have all the glass we need. We got the 2 layers of color. Start to blow it up to its full size and shape. Ben, sitting to the left, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass as Gabe, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. So now Gabe is taking a tool called the jacks and squeezing the glass and making a narrow part near this pipe. His assistant is turning the pipe and he's squeezing it. Now, sitting to the left, Ben Beres, our guest artist, is blowing as Gabe, sitting at the workbench, shapes the glass with a pad of wet newspaper. Does anybody have any questions? Okay. we're making shapes similar to this shape here, and these things are going to be lamp shades. So they'll be hanging pendant lamps, they call them, hanging from the ceiling. They're going to receive the sort of same treatment as these vases here, where they're going to have sandblasted text. The text will be printed in reverse so that when the light comes through them, they'll project the text onto the wall right side up, right way around. We're going to add a little pad of molten glass there to sort of reinforce the bottom. The next part of this process is to transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. So right now, it's held from this end. We'll grab it with the punty from this end, and then we'll break it off the pipe, and we'll spread that opening till it looks like this. Sarah is making the punty. We're going to use Sarah's rod as a temporary handle to hold it from the top while we shape the bottom. We've attached the punty, the second steel rod, to this point here. Now we'll break it away from the original pipe. We'll warm up that section, so with the preheating it seems to make it break better. We'll take the tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where we want it to break. The water will crack that glass, and a little tap will release it. So now the bubble is held from here. Where we broke it off, there's a little hole. We're going to make it into a big hole, and we'll have our lampshade form. Does anybody have any questions? folks working the glass today are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're our resident team of glass blowers. They have Gabe Feenan leading the team, sitting at the center workbench. Sarah Gilbert heating up the glass in the glory hole, the round oven. And Nick Davis holding the wooden paddle. Now we're going to stretch out the glass at the top. The glass where it was previously attached to the metal pipe is always a little thick. So we'll stretch it out and then trim some of that off so we have a thinner edge. We'll blow a little air into the front end to make the shape rounder and fuller. As Gabe widens the opening, Nick holds two wooden paddles, one across the front to keep that opening straight, another to shield Gabe's arm from the heat. So we've layered this lampshade with two colors, one on the inside and one on the outside. And when Mr. Beres sandblasts the text onto the surface, he'll be carving through the outer layer of color and exposing the color underneath. So each time we heat up the glass, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it cools and stiffens, we return to the round oven, the glory hole, and heat it up again. We can control how much of the glass gets hot by how far we stick it into the glory hole. So our team of glass blowers is making these glass shapes for Mr. Beres's lamps, and then he's going to take them to his studio and sandblast the text into the side, so they'll have the same surface treatment as you see on these vases. So we're pretty much done with the form. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We'll take the glass off the metal rod. We'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. In order to get that glass off the metal rod, we'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water on the joint between the lampshade and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint, and just a little tap will release it. Nick, in the sweatshirt, will carry it to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. The gloves that he's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When he grabs that lampshade, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. It won't change shape. And we'll put it in the oven to cool it very slowly overnight, and then it won't break. If we were just to take this now and place it on a table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. The man, the big beard, at the center of the workshop, that's Ben Beres. He's our guest artist. Everything we're making today is his design. The folks who are working the glass are our Museum of glass blowing team, and they're making Mr. Beres's design. Here we go with the tweezers and the water. We drip a little water on that joint. The water cracks the joint, and just a light tap should release it. There's the tap. And over to our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for Ben Beres, our guest artist, and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Does anybody have any questions? Questions are free. Oh, hello. We start, I mean, we have a tank full of molten glass, and we dip our pipe into the furnace. Can we put up a furnace diagram? So that machine over there with the door closed, that's what it looks like inside. So inside there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We take the steel pipe and we dip it into the molten glass. The glass has the consistency of honey. It's like dipping into a big jar of honey. The little glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when we blow, it blows up like a balloon. Yes, this is called soda lime glass. That's the most common type of glass. It's same glass that you'd find in your windows and your bottles, in most of the artwork. Our particular formulation is a little different. It's formulated for hand blowing, so it stays hot longer. The glass it's also a soda lime glass, but for bottles is made to harden very quickly, so a machine can make 1,000 bottles in an hour. Our glass is formulated to harden slowly, so we can shape it by hand. So it's a little different, but they're both soda lime glasses. Colors come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. We buy our colors. We don't cook them up here. We buy them from a company in Germany. It's all clear in the oven. There's no colors in any of the glass in the ovens. We dip our pipe into the clear glass, we blow a bubble, and then we coat that bubble with colored glass, whatever color we want the object to be. We have a little video. We can show you how we apply the colored glass. Could we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
The reason that we apply the color in this manner is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can coat it with red, blue, green, purple, whatever we want. So it gives us much more flexibility regarding color. So So we're changing gears a little bit. We're going to make vases, there's vase forms, but we're going to layer them with text. We're going to draw out the text with powdered colored glass. We're going to roll the bubble over, and the powdered colored glass letters will melt into the surface. We're going to do multiple layers of text over text. So right now, he's got the powdered colored glass in those ketchup bottles, and he's going to squirt out the letters, and then we're going to roll the bubble and pick up the letters. So it's really text more as a textural element than a literal element. So Mr. Beres has laid out the design in powdered glass. Nick is preparing the bubble, and we're going to melt these letters onto that bubble. Nick has dipped his bubble into our big furnace and coated it with a layer of fresh, hot, molten glass. Say what? No. So we're going to shape that bubble using a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. We're preparing the bubble to pick up the lettering. Laid out the lettering on a hot plate in powdered colored glass. Those squirt bottles are filled with powdered colored glass, and he's using them to draw the letters. We're going to roll the hot glass bubble over the letters, and it'll melt the powdered colored glass into the surface. Does anybody have any questions? Because it's too hot to hold. When we reach into the only time it really gets hot is when we reach into the furnace to get another layer of glass, because then you're sticking the steel pipe way into that hot chamber. So we just take it over to the pipe cooler, spray water on it, cools it down, and it's easier to hold. Our guest artist is Ben Beres, B-E-R-E-S. Ben is the man with his back to the audience laying out the lettering. He's working with our resident team of glass blowers to make his sculptures. Ben is not a glass blower himself. We often invite people from outside of the glass world to work here in our studio. If they're not glass blowers themselves, then they come up with designs and ideas, and our team of glass blowers makes the glass. So a lot of Mr. Beres's work, he uses lettering as texture. You can see on these vases here. And so we're going to do this similar type of thing, except he's laid out the text in powdered colored glass on that metal plate. We'll roll the bubble over it, and we'll melt the powdered colored glass into the surface. So it'll be a a softer version of what you see here. These are done with sandblasting. The edges are quite crisp. When we melt the powdered glass in, it'll be a little looser and softer. Does anybody have any questions? So now Gabe is letting that bubble cool and stiffen. He's going to heat it up again, and because that bubble is cold, or relatively cold, I mean it's probably 1,000 degrees. When we heat it up again, the surface will become hotter, but it won't lose its shape. So now we're going to roll it over the powdered colored glass letters. Roll it over slowly so the heat melts the powdered glass and it sticks to the surface. We'll go back to the glory hole, the round oven, and melt that on. We're going to repeat this process several times so that we have layers of text. Does anybody have any questions? It's going to be similar to the ones that you see in that oven.
You guys want to see it up close? I have, it looks like I'm just sitting there doing nothing, but I'm actually, I need to sit down and let more of the skin cool down so that when I heat it, the skin gets hot. It's not really too much. Right as when I heat it now, I'm trying to make myself up. The skin is going to be too hot and it's like flopping all around. So if I let the whole thing get cold and then I heat it, the skin will be hotter. It'll still be smooth, but the skin will be much hotter as it gets outside. And then when we blow this up, it really behaves very strangely too, because all the colors heat up differently. So it's hard to like make like a really smooth, beautiful. Well, I won't say beautiful. It's hard to make a smooth shape. It'll still be beautiful.
So Mr. Bear. So Mr. Beres is laying out some more text on the metal plate in powdered colored glass. You guys have any questions? So those ketchup bottles are full of powdered colored glass. He's using them to draw the letters onto the metal plate in powdered colored glass.
In a nightmare, I saw myself recase watching time.
Mr. Beres, Ben Beres, is involved in all sorts of different art projects. One of the projects he's the main principal in is called the Mini Mart City Park, where they've rehabbed an old gas station and made it into an art community center. It's also on a site that's contaminated, and they've set it up so that they can clean up the pollution from the old gas station. It's the Mini Mart City, the Mini Mart City Park is at 6525 Ellis Avenue, and it's open, I think, Wednesday through Sunday. They have a variety of art exhibits and performances at that site. Mr. Beres also teaches printmaking at Cornish College in Seattle. In order to pick up this lettering, we want a bubble that's somewhat cool in the center and hot on the surface. So what we do is we just hang out, let the thing cool, and then when we start to heat it up, the surface will get hot, but it won't be hot all the way through, so it won't be flopping around, and we have just enough heat so that we can melt on these powdered colored glass letters. If we were to heat it all the way through, we couldn't get the surface hot enough to pick it up, and the glass would be flopping around all over the place. If we do it this way by letting it cool and then reheating it, we can have a hot surface and a cool, stiff core. Does anybody have any questions? Can we put up some of Mr. Beres's artwork up on the big screen? That plunger was made here in one of his Mr. Beres's previous residencies. So Mr. Beres wants to layer the text. So we're going to pick up another set of lettering on that same surface and melt it in. Here we go. Roll the bubble slowly over the powdered colored letters. The heat from the bubble melts the powder just enough so that it sticks to the surface. So it's very much like printmaking, which is Mr. Beres's specialty. So now Gabe is reshaping that bubble, and we're going to do that same. Oh no, we're not going to do the same process. We're going to reshape the bubble, and then we're going to add a layer of clear molten glass we call a gather. So we'll put another layer of glass on it, and then we'll melt another layer of text onto this new layer. Anybody have any questions? We've added another layer of clear glass over our lettering, and we're going to put more letters on this next. How are you guys? You guys have any questions? Good. Oh, it's not dying. There's hundreds and hundreds of young people taking it up every year. Here, it's called you can learn glass blowing in the public school. Anybody tells you it's a lost art, they're wrong. Yes. Hmm. Well, why doesn't it crack the glass? Two things. It looks like a scoop, but we don't scoop up any water in it. We use it empty. We just want the wood itself to be damp. And when the damp wood comes in contact with the hot glass, the water just turns to steam. If you look really carefully, when he removes it from the glass, you can see the little uh, coating of steam. So Nick, seated to the left, is blowing. He's inflating the glass as Gabe, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. Is what? No, no, it's made of powdered colored glass. We buy all our colored glass from two companies in Germany. They do nothing but sell colored glass. They sell it in bars, they sell it in little chips, they sell it in powders. They have over 200 colors.
No, it's, I mean, it's hot, but you just get used to it. Sometimes I'll get like first degree burn here. It starts turning red. Not second degree. He'll touch stuff like that. I'm like, ah. Yeah, you kind of start to lose that feeling.
So we're going to add more letters to this bubble. So we're following the same process. Let the bubble cool and stiffen, and then we reheat it, but just heat up the surface so that the surface is hot, soft, and sticky, and underneath it's cooler, stiffer. We roll it over our powdered colored glass letters, and they melt into the surface. So Mr. Beres, Ben Beres, has laid out the powdered glass letters on that hot plate, and we're going to pick them up with the bubble that Gabe has. So here we go. We'll slowly roll that glass bubble over the powdered letters. The heat from the bubble will melt the powdered glass a little bit, and it'll stick to the surface. So now we'll take it over to the glory hole, and we'll fully melt the powder into the surface. Has anybody got any questions? Mm-hmm.
Did you guys make them here?
No, we didn't make them, but we invited a bunch of pipe makers to work in our studio. We have guest artists, like Mr. Beres is a guest artist. We had a invited a bunch of pipe makers. So they made them. And then, those pipes are from one of the guys who collected pipes. So those were actually weren't made here. Those are what
I was telling my
collected.
wife that like I had one big bong, glass bong,
Right.
and I shattered it right in the middle, like I just dropped it. But I don't know, I just see how everything's like inside and all. I don't know how you guys put all that together. And I saw that one. I like to
Can we put up the plunger? I think it's like one of the first things in the slideshow. See if we can get the bowl part of the plunger is made out of glass, so obviously it's not rubber. It can't work. There it is.
That's a glass. It's like, is it cake or not on Netflix when they make something? Yeah. Yeah, you can't tell at all. Only when you touch it, you can tell.
Well, I mean, it'd be a little more obvious if it was here in person. Mr. Beres has a selection of his artwork in our gift shop. So if you're interested in owning a Beres for yourself, it's possible. We have that. There are some items that he made that are in our gift shop. So check them out. So we're going over, taking the bubble over to our hot plate. We'll slowly roll it over the powdered glass letters. The heat from the bubble will melt the powdered glass just enough so that it sticks to the surface. So it's kind of like printmaking. We have the ink on the plate and it transfers to the paper. So we're using heat more than pressure. With printmaking, you use pressure to transfer the color. We're using heat. Mr. Beres is a printmaker, and he teaches printmaking at Cornish College in Seattle. What kinds of items do you have in the kitchen? Lamp, bowl.
No, some plates. Mostly there's candle tea lights. There's drinking glasses, and there's some vessels like this. They're just a lot smaller. Are we gonna put more on the scatter? Yeah. Okay.
So if you're interested in getting some of Mr. Beres' work, we have some in the in our gift shop across the lobby. We have tea lights, we have drinking glasses, and some smaller vases. So Mr. Beres, our guest artist, Ben Beres, has got those squeeze bottles. The squeeze bottles are full of powdered colored glass, and he's laying out his lettering onto this hot plate, and we're going to roll the glass bubble over it, and the letters are going to melt into the surface. You guys have any questions? Uh-huh. Okay. Good. Oh, we work continuously from 10 to 1 and then again from 2 to 5. So well, he's letting the glass cool and stiffen a bit, and then we're going to heat it up again so that the surface is hot and the glass underneath is cooler and stiffer, and then we're going to use it to pick up the lettering on that hot plate. Right now, he's just letting it hang out, letting it cool so it's stiffer. Oh, it depends on what we're making. If we're making Christmas ornaments, we could probably make, I don't know, 80, 100. If we're making like pitchers, water pitchers, probably make a dozen. Some things that we make here, complicated sculptures, make one piece the entire day. If you're here with kids, we have a special contest for kids. Any kid that comes to the museum can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. We have a little video. Could we play Kids Design Glass, especially if we have the old one set up?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like in the inside, it's all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, I've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
So if you're here with kids, you want to enter, there's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. It doesn't cost anything, so give it a shot. Oh, the only restriction we have, you have to be 12 or younger. So all you 40-year-olds in the audience, you're out of luck. So Nick is shaping the glass on that steel table. It's called the Marver, M-A-R-V-E-R. So we've melted in several layers of text, of letters, sort of forming more a texture or a pattern than a sort of coherent word. We've done it on several layers. You can see that now. It's that we've done multiple layers of text. You can see they're on different levels as we turn the glass around. This is the work of our guest artist, Ben Beres. He's our guest artist from Wednesday through Sunday. He's working with our resident team of glassblowers to make his artwork. Mr. Beres does all sorts of artwork. He's a printmaker. He teaches printmaking at Cornish College in Seattle. He's also does part of a collaboration called Sutton, Beres, and Color. And he's involved in a project called the Mini Mart City Park, where they've renovated an old gas station and made it into a community art center. Today he's working with our resident team of glassblowers. He's not a glassblower himself. When we have guest artists who are not glassblowers, they come with ideas and designs, and our team makes their designs. Do you guys have any questions? This is called the pipe cooler. We just lay the metal pipe in that trough, step on the foot pedal, and spray water on it. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Well, the team that's working today, they were employees of the museum. Each of them has, I'd say a minimum of 20 years experience blowing glass. So these guys are world-class professionals. People have all different stories. Gabe was leading our team today, learned entirely at work. He got a job in a glass shop in his early 20s, knowing absolutely nothing, and he's been blowing glass for 29 years now. Sarah took some lessons in glass blowing when she was in high school and then went on and studied it at an art college. So everybody's got a different story. There's no formal system here in the United States. Here in Tacoma, you can learn glass blowing in the public schools, in middle school and high school. There's a program at Hilltop Heritage Middle School and Silas High School, and the kids can learn it in regular public schools. Absolutely not. We do all sorts of different things here. Like, for instance, when we have a guest artist like Mr. Beres, he'll take everything he makes home except for two pieces. One he'll leave for our museum collection, and one he'll leave for our annual auction. Everything else he takes home with him. We sometimes make stuff for our store. So we make pictures or glasses or something, vases, and we'll sell them in the store. We do commissions, private commissions, awards, things like that. So it's all over the map. You can't really think of this like a business, because if you think of it like a business, it would be a terrible business. Our main interest is in education, in showing you different, all about glass blowing, let you ask questions, look at how different artists approach the glass. If it was strictly money, we would never make anything like this. We'd be making Christmas ornaments or pumpkins, and we'd be churning them out by the thousands. The one in Seattle is completely different. That's a museum of one particular artist, Dale Chihuly. And they don't have a big studio like this. They sometimes have a portable studio that makes small demonstrations. It's a different thing entirely. We're friends with them, but we're not in any way officially associated with them. Nope. We like them. They're nice people. It's a nice museum, but we're not part of it. They're not part of us. If you just came in, we're working with the artist Ben Beres. He's a man with a big beard on the far right of the studio. He's working with our resident team of glass blowers to make his sculptural vases. For this one that we're working on now, we've melted in several layers of letters, of text. Okay, we're going to put one more layer on. Mr. Beres is drawing the text with powdered colored glass on that hot plate, and we're heating up the bubble and rolling it over the powdered colored glass, and the powdered colored glass melts into the surface. Does anybody have any questions? What? Oh, sorry. It's going to be similar to the ones that you see in that oven over there. So if you look up on the big screen, you get a nice close shot of it. You can see that there's several layers of text of different colors. And they're all melted into the body of the glass. Mr. Beres has some items for sale as well in our gift shop. He has tea lights, glasses. So if you check out the glass, if you're interested in having a piece of his work, there are some available in our gift shop. you guys have any questions. So Mr. Beres has drawn the lettering on this hot plate in powdered colored glass. Those squeeze bottles you see on the table, they're filled with different powdered colors of glass. Probably working on it for about 40 minutes. And 4 layers. We put up some of Mr. Beres's artwork up on the big screen. So these are all glass. This plunger was made at a previous residency here at the museum. Also this axe, all glass. So Mr. Beres was here in 2018. This is the Mini Mart City Park, the project that he works on, and a restoration of an old gas station into a community arts center. These are his vases that are sandblasted. So we're rolling the bubble over the powdered glass letters. The heat from this bubble, some of the powdered glass, and it sticks to the surface. So Gabe is using the torch to heat up the bottom of this sculptural vase. We have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with the torches. When we heat it up with the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. When we heat it up with the oven, it kind of heats it up more generally. So if we just want to flatten the bottom, we can take the torch and just make the bottom hot. That'll be the part that's soft, and we can flatten that without squishing the whole vase. We're holding a wooden paddle across the bottom, make it nice and flat. So next thing we're going to do is transfer the glass. Okay. So now this is held. We're going to attach the punch over with the puntee. We'll attach it to the bottom. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. It'll be, so this is not going to be part of the vase. It's just there temporarily to hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. Once that bond is firm enough to bear the weight, then we'll break the glass away from the original pipe.
Is yours like the bottom stripped out of it? It's something I noticed, or they like that.
Bottom what?
The like
What look at that? Yeah, you don't have it like that one. That one, yeah, kind of has that. I don't know. It's just all rigid at the end of there. That's what I was wondering. One of the 250s.
I mean, buy like the smallest quantity, like 4 or something. But one day you use the older ones, one day you use the new ones.
rotate.
What seems to be different? The old ones drop out.
Yeah, because then we can find out
Both
what it
drop
is.
out.
Yeah, yeah, no worries.
It doesn't happen all the time. Everyone seems to do
Yeah, it's something I've heard too, and again, like I worry about it because I'm just like a bit like, why would that do that?
I guess they sell a lot of these.
What lasers?
Yeah, when I was researching um, wireless mics.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No, because a lot of them use for they'll do like new church setups and stuff. I mean, that's kind of like the other. But it's an interesting gaming venue for people to go. And even I saw this too. Like I have my brother who's a guy. He came from like his older church, and he was the guy up front. And a lot of them do that because the chapel and the church setups for practice is insane. Just they're probably having a better time than we are. It's not about inside. But yeah, no, just like churches, like yeah, it's insane setups.
So they have these mega churches.
Oh yeah, that's mega money.
5,000 mics like mega mics. Mega mics? Network nothing.
Oh, I did look at your board. It's not having any darts. I noticed that. Where's the screen? Any of them like? I'll see what she thinks about it. I think
I got a feeling the favorite.
the nice part is when you start to smoke it,
It drops inside. The vent pump. No pop. With vent.
okay, yeah, that does.
I mean, he's got a route. I don't know if I told you as well.
Over here, whatever.
Oh, yeah, he lives living and working here.
Yeah, yeah, we can always turn it on, but that doesn't have an issue. But it's something, yeah. So the videos I have, I think I have screwed it in, and then another video called Small Moves.
Small what? Moves.
It's called Small Moves. I have no idea. But I think the screw, when I did look up into it, it sounds like you narrated it from what it looked like on.
I was here when he made the screw.
Yeah, so
I would say Gabe, the coolest move I've ever saw Gabe do was to
the
put the
screw.
threads on.
Interesting. Well, we definitely have that. I have that one on lock. If you want to call for it, so
Now,
I'll let you get back to it.
so Gabe sitting at the workbench, shaping the glass with a pad of wet newspaper, just ordinary everyday newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. So we're getting pretty close to being done. The reason I say that is I look to the right. I see one of the glass blowers putting on some protective clothing. He's getting ready to carry the finished piece to our annealing oven. He'll put on some Kevlar gloves. When he grabs that piece, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll put it in our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. If we didn't do that, if we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would shatter. In order to get it off that metal pole, we'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water on the joint between the metal pole and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint, and then just a light tap, and off it'll come. So Nick's heading in. He's dipping his tweezers in water. He drips some water on the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint, and then just a light tap should release it. We'll take it to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for Ben Beres and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, and Nick Davis. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. We're going to take an hour lunch. We'll be back in an hour. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I'd be happy to answer. These letters are sandblasted. So we cover the entire surface with an adhesive vac rubber, and we cut the letters out, and then we spray it with abrasive sand, and whatever part is exposed gets carved inward. The parts that are protected by the rubber stay shiny. Yes, and this all happens when it's cold, after it's cooled down. Okay, yep, we'll be back in an hour.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. My name is Charlotte. It looks like our glass blowers are starting to get moving and getting set up and ready for the second half of today. They're a little bit slow moving at first just because, we're coming back from our break, and so we're kind of having to figure out how we're going to tackle the second half of the day and what we're going to be working on. For those of you that haven't heard, we do have a visiting artist on a week-long residency with us here at the museum. So you may see he's kind of moving things around. He's got the very impressive beard. That's Ben Beres. He's going to be here for the whole week. So he's already been here Wednesday, Thursday, and he'll be here all the way through till Sunday. This is his second residency here at the Museum of Glass. And you can see lots of his beautiful, amazing work on display. So if you're curious maybe to know a little bit more about how this all works, I can go into a lot more detail, but to give you just kind of a quick overview, these are basically prints. So he's very known for his printmaking. He still teaches a class for printmaking, but basically he lays out it's kind of this rubber almost. You can see it on this one towards the back. And then he cuts out each individual letter, and then it goes through a process called sandblasting. So really abrasive sand gets kind of thrown at it to kind of create a difference in matte and glossy. So you can see how on this one, like the letters are all glossy, and then the background behind them is this kind of what has been almost etched or sandblasted off. So really cool concept, really interesting. And we've been working on some vessels. So we've been working on some of the glass vessels that then he does the sandblasting to. So it's not a process that happens while the glass is still hot, but it's actually done once it's been cooled down. So I like to say half of the process is kind of all happening behind the scenes, and you don't actually see a lot of it. And that's when we do cold working. So cold working is all of the grinding and kind of the nitty-gritty details that happen to a glass piece once it's cooled down. And so one of the things that happens once it's cold is this sandblasting technique to get that very distinct look on the surface of the glass. So yeah, I encourage you to kind of take closer looks at some things up towards the front, get kind of a little bit of a closer look at stuff, because it's definitely hard to get the full idea of how it actually is completely different textures happening when you're so far away. But today, for the second half of today, we're going to be working on this sketch down here, which is a little hard to see, but to explain to you, it's basically two hammer handles that have been kind of wrapped together. So they've been kind of twisted together, and then he's going to actually attach these real hammer heads onto the glass once it's cold. So again, it's not something that's going to happen once it's actually hot. You won't see that happening. Oh, thank you. He's coming in and actually coloring it in red for us so we can see it a little bit better. So if you want to see kind of up close what those hammer handles actually will look like kind of twisted together in a little bit of a sketch, you can come and get a closer look, and then you can also see the actual hammer heads that are going to be used once the glass is cold to be attached. So we have a slideshow that was playing before we came back from our lunch break. You may have seen some other kind of inanimate objects. There was a plunger that was kind of in the slideshow. And it's important that you know that those were made out of glass. So they weren't, real wood like this axe that's sitting here on the table, but instead it was a glass replica. So makes it really fun. He has some other ones that are going to use these axe heads, and so that's what we'll be working on today. They're going to be kind of just getting through the beginning process, so if you have any questions while we're getting started or you want to know a little bit more, let me know. But I'm going to kind of let them get started, and then I'll fill you in once we get going. All right, so you may notice that here on the center bench, we're already working with some glass on the end of a solid pipe, actually. So this is not a blow pipe. It doesn't have some sort of, hollow space running through it. So we won't be blowing any air into this glass currently, just because of the pipe that it is attached to. So we're using a wooden tool. This is what we call a block. It's kind of like a big wooden spoon almost, and it allows us to get an even distribution of heat across the entire surface of the glass and also shape it into this kind of balloon shape. And then you can see we're also using a stack of newspapers, actually, that we call our papers. And it allows the glass artist to kind of get this closer contact with the glass, manipulate it almost in a way that feels like their bare hand is kind of shaping it, adding that pressure, pinching it. And both of those tools, both the block and the newspaper, will be kept wet. So the block is constantly kept in a bucket of water, and the newspaper will be then kind of splashed with water as well. The water allows us to be able to use it on the hot surface of the glass, and it actually creates kind of a barrier between the glass and the tool. So again, for those of you that may have joined us after we kind of discussed what we're working on today, you can come and get a closer look if you'd like to, but we actually have some of the kind of drawings here now that our guest artist has actually come and kind of highlighted so that we can all see it a little bit better. But we're going to be working on this double hammer handle that's going to kind of twist together. So that's what we'll be working on today for the rest of the day, and we might even tackle something else afterwards. So you'll see we're taking the pipe over and we're actually just cooling it down right now. There's a water trough over there that's kind of spitting up water onto the pipe, cooling it down so that we can get a better grip on it. And then here comes a really crucial part. We're going into our glass furnace. So without our glass furnace, we wouldn't have glass blowing to show you guys. So inside of the glass furnace, we have about 1,000 pounds of hot molten glass, or it can hold about 1,000 pounds of hot molten glass. And that glass is completely clear. It has no color to it. We actually have to manually add our own color if we'd like it to be colored. And it runs 24/7. It never gets turned off. So we have two of them in our hot shop, and we kind of rotate between the two. So you can imagine when one of them's kind of fuller, the other one's maybe a little bit more empty, and we can kind of swap between to make sure that we always have glass that we're able to work with. The other essential thing in our hot shop is going to be what we call the glory hole. So this is the big round glowing chamber that you can see kind of spreading that heat at you. And this is where we reheat our glass. So when it starts to rapidly cool down, we have to find a way to get it back up to a temperature where we can manipulate it and change it again. And so the glory hole is where we do that. It's about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So definitely not cold. And that's going to be really essential for us to be able to keep working with the glass. If the glass starts to cool too quickly, then we would have risk of cracking and breaking. So we wouldn't have a finished piece to be able to admire like the ones up here. So again, you can see we're going inside of that glass furnace, and he's kind of rotating the pipe, kind of spinning it in a small little circle, like rotating it to actually wrap a new layer of glass onto the surface of the pipe or onto the glass that we already have. This is what we call a gather. So whenever we go to the glass furnace, we are gathering new glass. And you can see that it's glowing, and it has what looks to be a color to it. It looks kind of yellowish, maybe even a little bit orange. And that's just because of how hot it is. So we won't be able to see, you know, true colors like these beautiful blues or yellows or, you know, maybe some of these darker tones. We won't be able to see all those colors until the glass is actually cooled down, just because the heat really does distort the color that you're seeing. So the glass may look colored, but it's completely clear, and it won't show up clear until it starts to cool down. So you can see what our visiting artist has been working on, what Ben has been working on here, kind of cutting out all those individual letters like I had mentioned earlier for the sandblasting. You're going to do some on there? That's exciting. So they have lots of really amazing plans for the week. He just explained that they're going to be doing something called grawl, which I actually haven't even heard of because a lot of the sandblasting stuff is kind of even new to me. But basically it's going to be this one kind of cup of color, and he's going to sandblast it just how he would with, you know, these regular ones. But then tomorrow we're going to actually pick it up and heat it up and then put another color over top of it. So it'll give this completely different and new effect than what we have kind of on display. But I do want to point out, you can see all these letters that he has gone in and kind of very carefully cut out with his like X-Acto blade. These are what will stay on the surface of the glass, and then it'll actually get blasted with that abrasive sand. And so everything under the kind of rubber adhesive will stay glossy, while the rest of the surrounding area will become that kind of matte finish. So if you're kind of watching the big screen, you'll see that we're putting the pipe that we were just working on that had some clear glass on the end of it, we just put it into this box. And you might be wondering, why are we putting it into this box? What is this box? This is the garage. So this silver box here is what we call the garage. I also like to call it the waiting room for the glass because it kind of keeps it at this perfect in-between temperature where it's not too hot, not too cold, and it can hang out in there. It can literally just sit in there for the whole day, and we can just pull it out whenever we need it. It's basically kind of this perfect spot where we can keep the glass at a stable temperature. So he just went ahead and put kind of what we call a punty inside of the garage, which will be used later. And the reason he's putting it in there is actually to kind of strengthen the glass that's on the end by letting it kind of cool down quite a bit. So it'll get to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then he'll actually gather a new layer of hot glass on top, creating something that we call a cold core punty. So it's a little bit stronger because it has this colder core in the center. But you can see we're working with that other pipe now that we had kind of gathered quite a lot of glass onto the end of. And we've colored it now. So you might be able to see a slight difference in the glass. And that's because we added a powdered color. So almost a very sand texture, taking the glass and basically bringing it back to its original form and having it be this texture that's like sand, very powdery, and kind of just pressing it into the hot surface of the glass and it sticks. It sticks itself and it melts and creates a new layer, adding that color onto the surface. Again, it's going to look like it's maybe this kind of yellow or orange color, and that may not be fully accurate to the final color, to the color that we'll see once it's cooled. But we're going to be able to see how we're going to start shaping this into the hammer handles. So that'll be lots of fun to see how we start shaping them and then how we get this kind of twisting achieved as well. So if you didn't get to see earlier, we're working on these two hammer handles that actually kind of twist with one another. And then once the glass has cooled down, so once it's probably tomorrow, once it's cooled down and a little later, he'll actually go in and add these hammer heads to the top of them, but only once the glass is actually cold. We'll be doing a similar thing with these axe heads as well. So you can kind of see some sketches down here of the different objects that we'll be working on. He has previously created, thank you, a little picture up as well for those of you that might be in the back and can't see it. So we're working on the one with the two hammer heads. You can see how that handle kind of wraps around each other and creates this spiral. But Ben has previously worked on some like inanimate objects that look like your everyday household wares, such as a plunger that he made that looks like it's wood and rubber, but it's made out of glass. So it's good to point out that all of these will kind of look like they're real, tools that you would find, just like this axe that's sitting here on the table. But in reality, it'll be made out of completely glass, except for the hammer heads. Perfect. I was just about to ask. So on the big screen, you can see right now how we add that powder onto the surface of the glass. So we actually kind of sift it on, just how you would with like powdered sugar onto your dessert, onto a donut of some sort. We kind of pick it up and we sift it onto the surface of the glass, creating this very fine, thin layer of color on the surface. And then you can see how it comes out and starts melting it, getting it up to the same temperature as the rest of the glass. And you can't really see what we're doing because, well, you can see it on the camera, but we actually do it off to the side in a special box that we call the powder box, because of course we don't want anyone to be inhaling the powdered glass. You can imagine that's probably not a very good idea. So we keep it inside of this box that has constant air filtration to make sure that everyone and their lungs are safe. And you can see, again, we're just continuing to shape that glass with the newspapers. And for those of you that maybe didn't hear earlier, this is completely solid glass. So there is no air bubble inside, and we won't be able to blow any air into this glass while it's on this pipe. And I assume we won't be blowing any air into the glass because we're making kind of more sculptural pieces. There's no need for these necessarily to have the air bubble in them. They could, but it would definitely be a little bit challenging to get them to properly twist if there was air inside of them. So we've attached these kind of rotators almost, you can imagine, onto the bench. And you can see how it's keeping that pipe stationary in one spot, but allowing us to actually spin it pretty quick. That's because we're going to start wrapping some clear glass onto the outside. So you can see wrapping and kind of spiraling that clear glass onto the outside surface. And I do believe, yeah, we're going to do it again. So you'll be able to see that process again, how we kind of rotate it pretty quickly as we allow that other chunk of glass to kind of spread itself across the surface, creating these stripes, right, on the entire outside. So something about this that we have to be careful of now is if we allow that glass to get too cold, it could actually kind of pop off. So since it's glass that we're adding on, we have to make sure that it's actually hot enough and it's staying at a stable temperature so that none of those streaks, those little lines of glass actually fall off of the surface. So it's definitely a very satisfying process to watch as we kind of just continue to rotate the glass and allow the clear glass to just wrap itself around the whole outside. And the assumption that I'm going to make, and of course this may not be 100% accurate, is that we're doing this to achieve some sort of texture, to try and maybe achieve the look of wood in some way. Again, since this glass that we're adding is clear, it's just going to be kind of magnifying the color that's underneath. And then we might be able to actually kind of draw lines into it and create even more pattern and create kind of that wood texture. So we'll just have to see what happens. We might even go in and dust some more color on top of those streaks before we start kind of playing with them, which I do believe is what we're doing. So we're going to go back into that powder box, and we're going to start sifting some of that glass onto the surface to that freshly added glass that we just added on. So trying to achieve that wood texture to make the glass look like wood. Make it look very realistic. And while we're kind of waiting for them to come back, I might as well shout out now that if you are, interested in any of the artwork that is being presented by our visiting artists, you should go check out what we have in the museum, because you can actually shop some of his artwork right now in our museum. So we definitely want you to go check out what he has here. Go shop our visiting artists, support him and what he's doing. And then not to mention, but he has a whole kind of like art community center not too far from here. So if you're from the Washington area, they do an art walk every second Saturday of the month, which is really cool. And so you can go see Mini Mart City Park. It's his own art education, environmental action, and community collaboration center in almost the Seattle area, close to kind of Tukwila area. So very awesome stuff. You can also go follow him on Instagram if you want to go see more of what he's doing, maybe some of the printmaking that he's still working on. He does teach a class at Cornish College in Seattle, so lots of cool stuff to go check out with our visiting artist, Ben. Yeah, let's go ahead and run the slides, the visiting artist slides, so we can see some of his previous artwork and also his info slide. Perfect. So yeah, Seattle-based artist and printmaker. Thank you. You can see there's his Instagram handle down at the bottom, along with his website as well. So we'd love it if you go check him out, go see what he's up to, what he's doing. We're just excited to have him here for his second residency at the museum. We can go ahead and move on to the rest of the slides. Thank you. If it wants. So here's some photos of that actual art center that I was talking about that he is the founder and board president of. And now we're going to be able to start seeing some more of his original artwork and kind of like his portfolio of everything that he's made over the years. This truly, what we have is only a bite-sized amount of all the amazing things that he's created. We ended up receiving like over 100 photos from him, so there's lots more where this came from. And so that's why we're trying to encourage everyone to go see what he has in the gift shop, and also just, support his, community center and what he's doing separately on his website and his Instagram page as well. So there's one of those inanimate objects that I was talking about. This is the infamous plunger that I keep mentioning. And you can see how it doesn't look like it's made out of glass, but in fact it is. And there's another example of an axe that has been previously made, again with that beautiful wood texturing, all glass. And then some photos that we have from his previous residency here at the Museum of Glass as well, making some of those vessels that you see here. We can go ahead and go back to the hot shop cameras because it looks like we're starting to see that kind of wood texture coming to life a little bit more. Now that we've added a darker kind of contrasting color on top onto all of those kind of spiraling lines that we added with clear glass. And we're going to actually go ahead and transfer onto a new pipe now. So you can see attaching it and breaking it off, all happening pretty quick. So just to give you kind of the more kind of science behind how that works, how we're able to just kind of break it off of the pipe, oftentimes it's the combination of weakening the glass. So we will kind of pinch it and create a neckline, or what we call a jack line. So it's a thinner spot in the glass than the rest of the piece. And then we'll go in with a little bit of water to create these small cracks right on that jack line, on that weak spot, so that when we actually tap onto the pipe, it sends those vibrations through and encourages it to break at that hopeful location. That, of course, does not mean that it always will break in that location that we purposefully, try to weaken, but it gives it a, higher chance, a higher success rate of it breaking. So you'll see that we're now going in with this really, really hot torch. We're trying to kind of specifically heat one area of the glass so that we can actually kind of correct and fix up where it was previously connected to its last pipe. And you'll see at the moment right now, it kind of just looks like a really big marble almost. And it's completely solid glass, so it's going to take a little bit longer to kind of heat it and get it up to temperature, be able to actually shape it and stretch it, just because there isn't that kind of air pocket inside. So the glass isn't thin, it's very thick. But you can see how we're able to kind of separate out that piece from the rest, and then we're actually going to cut it right off. And again, I encourage you, audience members, that if you have any questions at all or you want to know a little bit more, even if it doesn't involve maybe anything currently happening, please let me know. I'm here to answer any questions that you might have. Where do we get it from? That's a good question. So the glass that we get is outsourced. So we don't make any of it here in-house. Oftentimes people think that we must, create our own clear glass and all that. But it comes pre-made for us, pre-packaged. And it's a formula of silica sand, soda, and limestone. Soda ash and limestone. So it has a little bit more to the ingredient list, of course, all those trace elements. But overall, it's basically a formula to create a stable and lower melting temperature of glass so that we can actually heat it up at the 2,000 degree mark instead of, the 5,000 degree mark. And it's considered soft glass. So a little bit different than, the glass that you have in your homes for your windows, things like that. It's a lot softer and it's a lot more flexible and malleable. But we don't make it here. We get it from a whole different company. They kind of make it in these little paper bags, like brown paper bags, almost like your lunch would come. And then we just kind of section it off and then dump it into our glass furnace and let it melt. Yeah, so that's a really good question. There's definitely a number of ways. So we're asking, how could these hammerheads be later attached? I'll give you kind of like my answer, and then I'll actually ask and see how they will be, because I'm not too sure. I think that there's a number of ways. You could go the easy route of just kind of caulking them and actually kind of almost sticking them to the glass, right? You could also just I see that there's kind of these little indents, so we might actually find a way to kind of secure them on there by shaping the glass in a certain way that then it could create like a joint inside. Gluing it could be another way. I think that mostly is going to be, since it's going to be cold, the glass won't be hot anymore. It's not like we're going to mold it to the hammerhead. So it'll be a kind of process of adhesion in some way. So roughly, yes, I was correct. He's going to actually cold work the end of the glass. So basically, when he says that, he means kind of grind it, shape it, make sure that it will be able to fit into the hammerhead. Because again, you can see how it has a little opening where the wood would go. And then go ahead and glue it. So it'll get glued into place. There won't be any sort of way to actually get them to go into the annealer together and kind of become one thing because the temperatures wouldn't properly match. The metal and the glass end up being too different that they can't be put together in that environment. So, yeah. Alrighty, so I want to point out we did that whole thing where we went onto a new pipe. We all kind of saw that happen. And one of the reasons that we did that is so that we could actually flip our pattern. So we went from the pattern kind of running, one direction to flipping it so that it ran the other way. And now we're starting to get kind of what almost looks like a baseball bat wood texture, if you ask me. It kind of looks like what would a baseball bat look like. As we start to stretch it out, you can see how we have gotten that glass and the color that we put on it and the way that we kind of manipulated it to now look like that wood grain texture. So now comes the part of the process where it's just a lot of shaping, a lot of patience as we continuously kind of heat it and shape it and heat it and shape it. It ends up being a pretty intensive back and forth process, just because we aren't able to, achieve everything that we want to get done in one go. We have to actually kind of extend it over a long period of time of trying to get this glass to stretch out. One of the ways that we stretch it or kind of get it to flatten in a way is we're going to use these cork paddles. So these kind of cork paddles allow us to stretch it and kind of manipulate it and flatten it. So you'll see how he's going to kind of do that now. As it's hot, he's going to go in with those cork paddles and just start applying that pressure on the outside of the glass. So one of the things that we're kind of having a conversation about right now is color. And also I'll point out, so he added this little bit of glass on the end to kind of perform as like an anchoring point where he's going to be able to start to grab it and actually stretch it and pull it kind of like taffy. So we'll see it start to get stretched. But we were just talking about color and how we added this color onto the surface, but that color doesn't get mixed in any way. So it just creates kind of this layer of color. So if we were to take a cross section of the glass right now, there would only be a thin layer of that color and the rest would be all clear. So that is something that we have to consider, is that we won't be able to see that color if we are to cut into it. But you'll see now that we're starting to use that anchoring point to start stretching it. So we're holding it down towards the floor, heating it while we pull, kind of allowing gravity to also do its job and pull the glass down. And really, if you've ever watched those videos or maybe gone to one of those, like, you know, on the waterfront little stores where they make the in-house saltwater taffy and they kind of pull it on that big hook, it's almost a very similar kind of visual, right, as the glass starts to slowly stretch down towards the floor. And we've basically created just like a very long rod of this wood grain glass. So depending on how we want to work with it, we'll either kind of divide this into separate pieces, which is now what I'm kind of assuming, or we're actually going to probably end up making a secondary one and then attaching the two together, twisting them together. Yeah, because I do believe they're going to put this away into the garage. So it'll go into this garage, which I had talked about earlier. It's coming in really handy now because we're going to store it away, hopefully, into the garage eventually. I think they were just trying to make sure that it will actually properly fit in there. Yeah, because it's a little long, so it might not be able to fully fit into our garage properly. But the hope is that we'll be able to put it away somewhere safe so that we can make a second one. And then eventually bring those two together and their worlds will collide and we'll be able to kind of wrap them to create this, dual handle. So, yeah, that's a good question. Can it go into the annealer? The answer is kind of. The thing is about the annealer is that we've already most likely filled it with other things, and we don't want to pose a risk to those other pieces and dropping the temperature massively by putting it away and pulling it back out. But it sounds like since it's so huge, we might have to put it into the annealer. The other option is maybe we might try to cut some of it down. They could always do that, try to remove some of it that we might not need. Because ultimately he was saying that once they wrap with each other, it'll decrease in size quite a lot just because that act of kind of wrapping them, coiling them onto one another is going to make it condense. So that's part of the fun of having, visiting artists with really cool and unique ideas is that they're oftentimes, usually things that our hot shop team has never done. And so it's a lot of kind of a guessing game into figuring out what's going to work, what's not going to work. A lot of trial and error oftentimes is what happens. And that's okay, because that's part of what makes it, art, is being able to kind of test different techniques and see what works for them and what won't. Yeah, so that's a really good kind of, I guess, thing to throw out there. Why didn't we do two at the same time? It's just because glassblowing tends to be really team focused. We need the hands, especially with how large it is, how long it is now. Yeah, we need the hands. We need the people. It's too long. And so even if it looks like sometimes, they're just standing around, one person's just kind of hanging out, you have to remember Ben is here just to kind of be the creative direction. So his hands are kind of, cleaned of it. He just gets to make sure everything's running how it should, everything's turning out how it should. So really we got three glass blowers that are working on it. And that typically is how many will work on one single project. The lowest I've seen is like 2, Of course, solo work all the time. It's hard. I think that people often think that, it's not that challenging to maybe do it by yourself, but it really is. Without having, somebody to rotate the pipe, somebody to heat the punty, and then somebody to actually, start doing what we need to do, I don't know if it could be a one-man show kind of situation. I do think if we had maybe an extra 2 people, we could have been doing kind of 2 at a time, where everybody kind of focused on getting it started, and then another team went off and started another one. But in our case, we do have, a little bit more limited folks helping us out today. We just have, our museum staff. Sometimes we'll get a lot of people in here. The hot shop will be full, and we'll be working on multiple things simultaneously. But today we're kind of all in on one piece. So again, Gabe, who has been, the head gaffer for this piece. Gaffer is the term that we use for the main glass blower, the one that's sitting at the bench and doing the shaping and the work. He was just mentioning that it's too big, it's too long. So he's currently going in and starting to actually remove some more of that, glass that we don't need. But he's also having to be really mindful and careful, because if we remove too much, then we won't be able to get the, wrapping effect that we want, because then it might end up becoming too short. So he's having to remove just, very small amounts to make sure that we don't cut off too much. glory hole, like the.
That's what he's asking.
Oh
about.
yeah. No, that is a lot longer. It goes a lot longer than it looks like it does. It's one of our larger ones, so I do think it's about like 4 to 5 feet long. Yeah. The one over there is even smaller because they kind of go in size. There's a range in size. Oftentimes we don't need the one that's bigger than this one, but sometimes every once in a while we do. But you know, this is fitting in there fine. But the glass furnace itself, you can imagine that, you know, you open that door and it's about waist level. So yeah. I'm trying to like do it off of my own. Yeah, it's about waist level, and it's like a big pot. It's like a big cauldron almost, you know, just glass. And you can see the surface. It's very hard to see it though. It's you know, because you open it and everything's just glowing yellow, right? So it's really hard to tell where the glass starts and where the bottom is, and so. But pretty deep. It's decently deep, you know. I mean, 1,000 pounds is a lot of glass. It's a little bit different because it's not water, right? It has a different weight to it. So, yeah, it's like kind of just a big old soup bowl almost. So you may have seen that we transitioned onto a new pipe, and when we were doing so, it actually broke at a different location than at the top of the kind of long wood grain glass that we had created. So we're putting it into the garage still because we might still use it. There's a chance that we'll still need it. But of course, you know, this is when a lot of conversation about how are we going to move forward? What's the best option? How are we going to try this again? How are we going to tackle this? Start to happen where, you know, the head glassblower and the visiting artist are going to have kind of conversation about, you know, this is his vision, but how can we achieve that with glass? It's definitely not a very easy or forgiving medium to work with at times. Even if our glass blowers make it look rather effortless and pretty easy, this is stuff that's not easy to do at all. So we have the majority of our wood grain glass in the garage now. The rest of it is still on the end of that other pipe. So it might be a moment until we have some more action kind of going on. So in the meantime, if you have questions or anything that you want to kind of chat about, let me know. And we'll just kind of hang out and see what they decide to do from here on out. Thank you. Yeah. So they are working on basically 2 wooden, in quotations, handles for hammers. So hammer handles. We have a picture. If we could show the picture of the drawing of what we're working on today, that would be awesome. But there's a sketch down here on the table as well. It's showing it now on the screen. So you can see the one with the 2 hammer heads, not the 3 axes, is what we're working on. So we're making these handles that are then going to get wrapped into each other, basically. And then later on, once the glass is cold, so once it's been cooled down, our visiting artist will actually go in and attach those hammer heads in a process that we call cold working. So grinding it down, getting it to shape so that the hammerhead can fit over it, and then gluing it into place. So it's proving to be a little difficult just because we want to make sure that we have a long enough piece of glass that when we start to wrap it with another one, it doesn't shrink up too much and become too small. Because he wants it to still look very realistic and to size of what a average hammer that you have at home looks like. So that's what we're working on. And I think that we're going to be starting on the second one now. So you're going to be able to see the process kind of from start to finish if you hang out. What it takes for us to kind of add the color and get that wood grain added that you got to see before we put the other one away. So in our center bench right now, Nick is here starting on the part 2, basically our second attempt. And this time we're going to purposefully make it a little bit smaller than the last one that we did, in hopes that when we start to stretch it, it won't stretch as long quite as quickly. And so we're hopeful we'll get a different result than the one that we just finished. You can see that we're putting the broken part that we had away into the annealer now. So it'll safely stay in there and then slowly cool down to room temperature. They might be keeping it just for basically like a color test to see if it turned out good, if they kind of like that or not. Sometimes we'll finish a piece and we'll let it cool down, and then the result that we get once it's cold isn't exactly what we wanted, just because maybe the color isn't fully accurate to what we expected. So they're going to keep it. It's going to stay in that big black box and slowly cool down, and we'll probably see it sometime tomorrow. Otherwise, the other half that broke off is in the garage, and we are now currently working on the next one. So we'll be working on these wooden hammer handles once again, for those of you that maybe joined us just a moment ago or didn't hear it earlier. So we're making these 2 separate handles that are going to get wrapped together, and so they're going to have this wood grain texture on them. And then once they're cold and have cooled down all the way, our visiting artist Ben will actually be adding the metal hammer head onto the glass by kind of grinding the glass and then gluing it onto the glass. Yeah, of course. Thank you, guys. Have a good one. All right, so you may have noticed that we have started to add some color onto the surface of our glass through this powder. So it's actually powder that we're using to color the surface of the glass. We're able to basically kind of dip the hot glass into that bowl of powder that you can see he's picking up now and taking off to the side. The other way that we're going to start to apply it onto our surface of the glass is by actually kind of sifting it, dusting it onto the surface. So you're able to see that the glass has gone from being completely clear to now having some sort of color to it. This is basically the base, like our base color, our base coat. It's just kind of the beginning, getting us to that, initial basic color of the wood. So kind of like this more tannish brown color, almost a khaki color a little bit. That then is going to have more layers added on top of it to create the depth and kind of dimension and patterning of the wood grain. So it takes a little bit for us to get to kind of that finalized wood grain texture, just because we have to add so many different layers of color. And eventually we'll actually be wrapping some clear glass onto the outside surface as well, so that we can create this kind of spiraling wooden texture. So lots kind of goes into it. We're going off to the side, kind of out of view right now, into this little box. This is what we call the powder box. Since we're actually sifting the powder, we want to be in an environment where the air is being filtered to make sure that nobody's breathing in the powdered glass, because of course we want to keep everyone here safe and also our glass blowers safe. So we're going inside of that powder box and kind of sifting it the same way that you would kind of dust powdered sugar onto a dessert, right? Onto your donuts. It's the same concept of using just a little sift and kind of dusting it right on. Hopefully this next time around when we go again, maybe we can get the actual camera angle for when we go back and dust it one more time for our darker color. Because what's going to eventually happen is we're going to add these clear spiraling lines to the outside surface of the glass. And then we're going to add a secondary darker color onto that clear glass to actually create contrast, to create a contrasting color that will actually then look like the wood grain. So we're getting ready to do that now. So if you're a little bit more of a visual learner, this is going to be the moment where you'll kind of everything will click together and it'll start to make a little bit more sense. As we grab that new pipe, we're going to get just a little bit of glass on the end and actually kind of spin the pipe and rotate it so that we can get this clear glass to cover the surface. So we're going to create basically like a little spiral design on the outside. It's very satisfying and fun to watch. And we'll do this a couple times over to create that new patterning on the outside surface. And this, in fact, is what's going to turn into that very typical wood grain that we're all thinking of. It'll kind of look like almost like the wood grain in a baseball bat, or like, a hammer handle, which is exactly what we want to achieve. So again, if you missed it maybe the first time, we're going to do it again, so don't even worry. We're going to come with a little bit of that glass once again. We're going to quickly attach it and then start spinning so that we can wrap it all the way around the entire surface. And just how satisfying is that, right? So what's going to happen in a second here is that all of those tiny little lines that we've added onto the surface are going to get dusted with a darker brown, so a very rich dark brown. And then the color will only stick to those lines that we've added, and it'll create that texturing, that pattern in the surface. So once again, attaching and starting to wrap it on the outside very quickly, spinning that glass so that we actually get that spiraling. And now we're just going to give it a really good heat, making sure that all that glass that we just added is nice and hot. And we're taking it over to that powder box. So fingers crossed, maybe we can actually get that camera angle once we're in there. So that, yeah, look at that. So you can see there's the glass color. So that powder inside of its little sift. And here's our glass, and here we go, dusting it. Just like that, just how you would for, your dessert at home. Just dusting it right onto the surface. And we're making sure that we cover the entire thing. And here comes the fun part where we go in with this kind of rag, basically, and we're kind of rubbing off all of that excess that we don't want. Because we want to achieve these stripes, these lines in the surface. So we're wiping away all of that powder glass that we don't want to stick and attach. So eventually what will happen is this texturing that you're seeing, the striping texture, won't actually be something that you could physically feel anymore, but it'll melt into the surface and become, one solid glossy surface again. So this time we're coming out, we're going to heat it up so that all that new color gets, melted and becomes the same temperature as the rest of the glass. So we're bringing it over to our center bench now. And while it's still really, really hot, it's going to be hard to tell a difference in the color right now. And also the color is going to look like it's orange, which is not actually accurate to the color that we've added. We won't be able to see kind of that fully true color until it's cooled down quite a bit. So in the meantime, we're seeing kind of this distorted variation of the color that's very reddish orange, almost yellowy at times. But we're going to continue the process of shaping it, getting it ready to actually be rotated and put onto a new pipe soon enough here. Could we go ahead and get the camera back in the hot shop? Thanks. So you can see those stripes really starting to show up on the surface there that we've added. And currently our stripes are actually kind of going the wrong direction. So what we're going to do is get ready to transfer onto a different pipe and actually rotate kind of our axis so that we go from it being, you know, kind of we want it to go the long ways. So we're only going to rotate it like a quarter turn instead of a complete flip. And that's just so that we can achieve the stripes going the other direction instead of, do you get what I'm trying to say? It's it's hard to explain. But yeah, it'll be a quarter turn, not a full half circle turn. So instead of putting our new pipe on the opposite end of where it's currently connected, it'll go kind of in the center of the big circle. It'll feel a little bit weird at first, but that's how we're going to get that kind of wood marbling texture and patterning to be fairly accurate to, you know, what it should look like. So what's going to happen is we're going to use this super hot torch. This allows us just to get some specific heat in areas that we want to either change or add something to. And so that's exactly where our new pipe is going to go. So you can see already we're starting to heat up that spot where we want to be able to attach that new pipe onto so that we can actually break off of this original pipe. And we are definitely working with a lot less glass than we were on the first one that we did. And this is in hopes that when we start to stretch it and create that long kind of handle, it won't overstretch and we won't have any issues with it being too long. So here's our second pipe that we're going to go ahead and attach. So you can see how we kind of want to make sure all that glass is hitting all the angles and then tapping it right off. Yeah, always one of the most fun parts to see. So that part is all about creating kind of a weak spot in the glass. We're just creating a weakened area in the glass that it can break off from. So when we're actually tapping on the pipe, we're sending those vibrations through to the glass, and then it's trying to encourage it to break in a certain location. We're working with solid glass, so it's more likely to break in that location that we're hoping for. But oftentimes when we're working with a blown piece where the glass is a lot thinner, we have a lot more risk of it wanting to break in other locations. So there's a couple of ways that we weaken the glass, like adding that kind of neckline, that jack line, kind of a thinner spot. And then sometimes we'll even add a little bit of water onto the surface, and that creates these small little cracks in the glass as well. So lots of different ways that we can kind of weaken the glass to make sure that we have a successful break off. But you'll see now we are removing kind of that little nub, that leftover clear glass that came from the last pipe. And really it all comes down to the process of stretching it. So this is kind of the make it or break it moment of seeing if it's going to handle correctly or not, because we need it to stretch but not stretch too much. But if it doesn't stretch enough, then it's too short. So it's a little bit of a challenging technique to achieve. But we'll be able to see how that glass is able to kind of almost stretch like taffy as we start to kind of elongate it. And as we stretch it, we're also going to see that pattern, that kind of wood grain start to stretch as well and kind of really take shape. It's going to look really cool. Right now it just kind of looks like tiger stripes, but it'll start to evolve a little bit as it stretches. So we have gone from like kind of a big marble almost to this really long kind of and so this cylinder shape is how we are starting to stretch it. So what we're going to do in a moment here is we're going to add kind of a anchoring piece. We're going to add a clear glass on the end. So right on the end here, we're adding a little bit of glass, and that's going to be what he's able to then grab onto to actually pull it and stretch it. So we're going to actually kind of shock this glass by dipping it into water and cooling it down. We want it to be colder than the rest of the glass so that it can perform as kind of that like anchor piece that allows us to stretch and pull it. So you'll see he's dipping it in the water now. And you can see that it's still really hot. So it takes a little bit to get that little bit of glass to cool down so that it's not the same temperature as the rest of the glass because we want it to be a little bit cooler just so that it can actually kind of hold its own while we use it to pull the rest of the glass. So it looks like already working with a little less glass is proving to be a little bit of a different experience because this glass is getting hotter faster and it's actually holding the heat for a little bit longer. So since we're working with less glass, we're able to heat it up faster. Again, it's solid glass, so it takes a little bit longer to actually heat it up enough to be able to stretch it or manipulate it. But he's going to come in this next time with these cork paddles and kind of flatten either side because a hammer handle isn't completely round. It kind of has these flat sides to it. So that's what he's going to go in and do now with these paddles. So you'll see how he goes in and kind of almost like, he like applies this pressure and starts to rub it on either side to press it in. And this is the part of the process that kind of reminds you of how hot the glass really is, because the moment that it starts to touch those cork paddles, we see, sparks and smoke and that fire start to show up. But you can see now we don't have kind of that perfect cylinder shape. We're kind of more flattened out on either side. And again, we're kind of adding a little bit of water to that glass that's holding the rest of the handle onto the pipe because we don't want to stretch that glass. We don't want that glass to start stretching with the rest of it. We specifically want to stretch the glass that's going to be the handle. So this is kind of where we get ready for the stretching process to begin as we kind of hold it down towards the floor, allowing gravity to pull it a little bit, and then getting that anchor bit ready as well. Alrighty, so we're going to pass it off so that one of our glass blowers can kind of hold it at this angle so that we can simultaneously kind of heat it and also pull on it. but also kind of use that gravity to our favor as well. But you'll see that he's also using that blowtorch to target certain areas that he wants to stretch a little bit more. As we start to pull it, and you can start to see that wood grain texture really show up. So it's definitely a lot more successful than our first attempt, because our first attempt was a little too long. This one seems to be pretty good, so it looks like we've pretty much found what's going to be successful, what's going to work for our glass blowers when it comes to this certain project with our visiting artist, Ben. So it's a little bit hard to see for you guys at this angle, but we're going in with a tool that we call the jacks right now. It's one of our metal tools that we can use to kind of create these indentations, these kind of lines in the glass, and actually separate, one half from another. And we're doing that because we're trying to actually remove some of that excess glass that we don't need anymore. But to make sure that we don't ruin our wood grain texture that we worked so hard on, we had to do it in a very certain way to actually make sure that we didn't lose that texturing that we had pre-established. But we're going to go in and we're going to add a little bit of clear onto the bottom of this piece now. So if you're just joining us and, you're hearing that we're making some sort of handle, we're making the handle for these hammers. So our visiting artist actually brought his own hammer heads that will get later attached once the glass is cold. And you might be thinking, wow, that's a really long handle for a hammer. That's because it's actually going to get wrapped to another handle. And they're going to create this kind of twisted handle. It's there's no other word for it. And you can see there's a little sketch down here if you want to get a closer look of it. But basically, these two separate hammers, you're going to imagine that their wooden handles are kind of more rubbery, and they wrapped around each other. It's going to look very kind of realistic to a real handle for a hammer. But it's going to be made out of glass. So we've been making the handles, trying to get, the correct length and make sure that it keeps that, really cool wood grain texture, so that eventually we'll be able to take the two separate handles and wrap them onto each other. So this is our second one that we've made. The first one that we made was a little bit of a kind of trial run to kind of figure out if it was going to even work out. And we ended up making a really long handle that actually broke because it was too long. So we tried the second time. We've gotten a much better result, so we're hopeful that this is, how we'll make them moving forward. Yeah, so if you're still here, I mean, you might as well just try and hang out because we're going to get to the point where we're going to be able to wrap them together, at least try to. But in the words of our glass blower, it's going to be a little bit weird, and it's not going to be the easiest thing to do. Right now, he's basically creating I guess almost like you can imagine it like a plate for them to go onto, kind of well, we call it a punty, but this is not what a punty is ever really shaped like very often. But basically, both of our handles are going to get attached to this punty in an X shape. So they'll cross one another and kind of connect in an X. And then from there, we'll be able to start twisting them into, one another. But it's definitely going to be a little bit weird. And so we're going to all just, cross our fingers and hope that it works out. So reminder, we have one of our handles already done and inside of the garage. And then meanwhile, the other one we're keeping it warm and it's off to the side for when we're ready for it to get attached. So we're going to kind of attach both of them onto this, kind of stability point and then try to twist them together. So just getting kind of prepared and ready to go is a little bit of a process because we want to make sure that, you know, when we get ready to do this, that it's successful. So you'll have to just give us a moment to make sure that everything is, you know, properly set up and ready to go before we just go and do it. Because again, this is definitely a little bit of an interesting kind of process that we're about to do. For those of you like just joining us, we made 2 separate handles for hammers. And basically the hammer head, like the actual metal hammer head, will get added once the glass is cold. So right now it just kind of looks like 2 pieces of, like 2 rods of glass. But what we're going to do with them is attach them and then actually kind of twist them together. It's not an easy thing to do at all by any means. So we're using this kind of funky looking punty, as we call it, that has kind of this plate on it, like a little stability point, so that we can attach both of the handles in kind of an X shape and then start twisting them together. So kind of the whole afternoon has led up to this point. So we're going to start heating that one specific spot, and we're going to get ready to attach our first handle in a moment here. Everybody, you know, like, say your prayers because it could go all types of wrong. But we're hopeful, and it's going to go right. Everything's going to be okay. So you can see, here's our first handle that we have already made. And we're going to get ready to go ahead and attach it onto that clear glass, that kind of stability point. Once we know that it's been properly attached, we'll break it off of the pipe that it's currently on so that it is completely connected to the other location. So you can see we're adding lots of water to the spot in the glass that we want to break. And then we're getting ready to go ahead and hopefully get it to break off. Whew. So the goal is now that we're got the first one on there, we're going to make sure that we have the other one heated and ready to go, and we're going to come and bring it over and attach it on as well. And then we're going to take both of those handles and we're going to crisscross them, make an X. And then the part where we start heating it to get it hot enough to start twisting them together will happen. So really quick, while we're in this little kind of intermission between handles, go shop our visiting artist in our gift shop. He's got some of his artwork in our gift shop right now. So before you leave, go check it out. Go see what he's got in our gift shop. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and disconnect that next handle first so that he can actually attach it with his hands. So you'll see he's going to go in now, attach it on there, and then get ready to hot torch it so that we can actually cross them over one another to create that X that we're looking for. So you'll see that they're already starting to kind of wrap on one another in the way that we want them to. So really the next part of this is just going to be getting it, continuing to kind of just heat it enough that we can start to shape and wrap them, which will take a little bit of time. It's a little tedious. But I think we're all just really relieved to see it at this point. Both of them on there successfully and crossing one another without any sort of issue. So we're all seeing Gabe is just getting right in there with those gloves on and just twisting that glass together. So it's turning out, I mean, nearly identical to the sketch that we have down on the table. It looks like he'll probably just go in and try and get it to, you know, kind of coil up a little bit tighter towards the top, but otherwise it turned out really successful. It's super cool to see how when that glass is really nice and hot, it can just easily, you know, kind of move in any way that you kind of push it to. Okay, so everybody got to see how we twisted that up. It was pretty awesome. But we want to take a little momentary pause from the glass blowing to shout out one of our glass blowers here, Sarah, whose birthday is today. Oh my gosh, can you even believe it? So we have a little slide to throw up on the screen for Sarah, and we're all going to sing her happy birthday. So please, everyone, will you join me to sing happy birthday to Sarah? We'll start now. 3, 2, 1. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you, Sarah, for being such a cool glassblower here at the Museum of Glass. And thank you, everyone, for being here today with us. I think the perfect gift for Sarah now is for us to finish this piece, which it looks like we are just about to do. So one of our glassblowers is starting to get into some protective clothing so that he will be able to actually carry it to the annealer and put it away safely. So for those of you that haven't heard, the annealer are these big black boxes on either side of the hot shop. We also have some that are smaller, kind of in the front, but we're going to use the big ones, and we're going to use the one on the left side of the hot shop. They stay at about like 950 degrees Fahrenheit. They keep the glass safe. And then they slowly cool down, usually over about like a 12-hour period of time. So hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to pull out this hammer handle twisted up masterpiece tomorrow and be able to get a closer look at it. And then our visiting artist will be able to start thinking about how he's going to attach those hammerheads on as well. So this is definitely the moment where if you want any pictures of it or, you know, any last minute videos, I always remind people like this is the last moment to really take it in and see it before it gets put away until tomorrow. Another reminder for you, if you really loved our visiting artist this week and you want to see what else he's going to be creating for the second half of his residency, you can watch our live stream on YouTube. So everything that we do in the hot shop gets live streamed onto YouTube. If you look up, you know, Museum of Glass Tacoma, you can find our YouTube channel and you can watch our live stream whenever you would like for free. And then, of course, check out our visiting artists on social media and all that good stuff. After we go ahead and call this piece finished, put it away into the annealer, we'll go ahead and show the slideshow of our artist and all the previous artwork that he's created and his time at the museum and all that good stuff. Because we are getting ready to go ahead and break this thing off. So we can't just go and break a piece off of the pipe whenever we would like to. We have to make sure that it's at the right condition to be able to be broken off because we don't want anything else to break. We just want it to break right at that location where we're weakening it. So you'll see that we've purposefully kind of heated up and targeted the heat into that specific area. We're going to grab a little bit of water now and start creating those small cracks in the surface, and then we're going to go ahead and tap it off. And it was successful. Off it goes. Amazing work from our hot shop. And it is in the annealer safely. Yeah, one more round of applause, because why not? Thank you guys for hanging out with us. If you have any questions, I'll hang out for a little bit. We're going to be probably just in here maybe discussing what we're going to do for tomorrow, but probably not making anything else big for the rest of the day. All right, so if you're still in the hot shop, we're going to be working on just a small vessel to end off our day. So you may see some of these, blown vessels down here at the front. We're going to be making one that's kind of got this very typical shape to our visiting artist. He does a lot of these silhouettes, but we're just going to make one on a smaller scale. So if you want to hang out, see us kind of blow something for the last, like 20, 25 minutes, please do. Otherwise, thanks for coming into the museum. Thanks for hanging out with us. Have a good one, you guys.